Call to order a meeting of the Children and Family Law Committee of the House of Representatives for Tuesday, January 30th, before we have our first bill hearing. A few items that were raised just now at the chairs and vice chairs meeting with the speaker. They really, really want the committee reports coming in a timely manner, or we will be doing all-nighters. And having been in that great marathon before we shut down for COVID, when we stopped at 3:53 a.m., you don't want to do this. That means when we exec a bill, the committee report needs to be written and given to whom? Me. I correct it for spelling, grammar, and so on. I can actually kick it back to you and say I don't like it. I've never done that. I don't see that I would need to, but I can do that. Once I do that, I hand it to the clerk or one of the clerks, who then does what he or she needs to, and it goes to a committee assistant. This should be the same day we exec. They really are emphasizing this. Next item on the bill, if there's an amendment coming, an amendment can be drafted by anybody, well, anybody in the House, but it can only be presented in an exec session by one of us. So if, we've heard a bill and somebody says, well, I think that would be improved if we do this, I'm going to get an amendment, that's all well and good, but one of us has to be the one to introduce it. From Ann Fitzgerald, who is the boss on the fourth floor, she says, after we're done, please pick up after yourselves paper, water cups, water bottles. Notice she didn't say coffee cups because we don't have coffee here. And I know what muddy water looks like, and that isn't muddy water, that's coffee. Okay. Also, check your mailbox in the committee room. Last time we met, only 5 of us could get here. And so we decided all that nice paper shouldn't go to waste. And we put some of the items. We didn't exec anything. We didn't have a quorum. So we put paper from the hearings of last time in your mailbox in whichever committee room is ours. Your names should be on those little drawers. What else? When you offer an amendment to OLS, they'll let you know when it's done. They do not automatically send it back over. You have to call them up and say, wonderful job. Please send it to committee services. It doesn't happen automatically. Also, I can't call them up and say, Representative so-and-so has a wonderful amendment. I just heard about it. Would you send me a copy? Their answer is no, not yet. But you can send it. If it's your amendment, you can send it to anybody you want. But if you send it to the entire committee, please, folks, don't comment on it and then hit send to all. That's a 91A violation. You can take the amendment, and I like to see amendments ahead of time to be better prepared for an exec session. You can send it to everybody, but then we can only discuss it in 2s and 3s, or in a party caucus, specially called caucus. A little bit about February. I'm going to skip a few weeks and go with the 15th. That's a Thursday. We start at 1 p.m., the governor's State of the State address, and then after that we have a voting session. We may want a committee meeting that morning. And you've already been, asked to hold all Thursdays in February. So we may meet in the morning, because that way we may not have to have another day when you wouldn't normally have been here. So hold the entire 15th. On the 22nd, we will probably go late. This is one of those rare occurrences where there are 5 Thursdays in February. It's a leap year, and that's school vacation, so we won't be meeting. Any little procedural questions you may have from that? Okay, thank you. I open the hearing on House Bill 1392 relative to consideration of the opinion of the child in determining parenting time. Flown in at great expense is our very own Representative Gibbons. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm the only sponsor on this bill just because I did most of this work during the summer. And I did a lot of research about how to get the child heard in court. The child has a right to be heard. And the problem is, though, that bringing a child into court to give their own testimony can be traumatic to the child. And this comes from scientific research about what I was looking up with the child giving their opinion about kind of anything going on with their family. So, New Hampshire law currently states that if the child is of sufficient maturity, then they can give their opinion. But how does one determine if the child is of sufficient maturity? Well, the judge has to make that determination. And so then it turns out that the judges generally aren't making those determinations because to bring them in to the court to make that determination is potentially traumatic if they find that the child is not mature enough to give their opinion. So they caused trauma without hearing the child's opinion. And so they just kind of, the courts generally just stay away from that altogether. So I was like, well, how do we solve this? So basically I wanted to get an outside opinion of the child to come to the court to heal that amends, that break there. So if the child has a therapist, someone that knows the child well, at a pretty deep level, then they can offer just a one-liner, that this child is mature enough to give their opinion in court, like simple. And I thought that was great. And I got some good feedback that, well, we don't want to put the child into a situation where they're testifying against the parents. And it's like, well, that's really true. So I agree with that. So I was given some feedback that maybe the child should give their opinion to the judge in chambers, so that the parents can't hear, so that the child is not testifying against one parent or the other. I thought that was a great idea. So I asked OLS to make an amendment, and they put it together for me. But then our good chairman, Mark Peterson, got me in touch with, her first name is Erin. She is a lawyer who is like an in-between between the judges and the legislature. And she and I had a phone call that this is addressing an issue that they see frequently in the courts, and it's an important issue to address. However, if the child gives their opinion to the judge in chambers, then it creates an appellate issue, because the parties, the divorcing parents or the single parents, then don't have access to all the testimony, and that's an appellate issue. So at this time, I am waiting for, Erin is going to contact the judges to get their opinions, to find out what is the best way to address this issue. She's going to circle back with me, and I'm going to ask OLS to write another amendment, and then I will submit that to this committee. So I'm happy to take your questions. Also, just as a reminder, I am on board with the parents having equal parenting time. So when I'm wanting the child to be able to state their opinion because they have the right to be heard, I'm not asking for the child to pick one parent or the other. I'm of the mindset that the child wants to spend equal time with both parents, and this might be a situation where the child wants to spend Friday with the dad because their friend next door is having a sleepover party, something like that. Something really benign. Maybe the child wants to spend Tuesdays with parent A and Thursdays with parent B, something like that. It's very frequently that they'll do every other weekend, so we don't really need to parse that out. But their opinion about what the 50% looks like is kind of what I'm after.
To Tiv Panic.
Thank you, Chairman, for letting me ask this question, and thank you for letting me ask this question. Is this already in place with the guardian ad litems?
So that's very interesting that you brought that up. That came up in my conversation with Erin, and I asked about that. She mentioned that guardian ad litems tend to be the in-between. However, they are not funded by the state, and so they are not accessible to people that can't pay for them. So there's a significant number of families that don't have financial access to have a guardian ad litem, and that's where this becomes an issue.
Thank
Anyone
you.
else? Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my call. Should it be determined that a therapist is necessary and there's to determine whether the child is of a level of maturity to testify, if the child has not had a therapist assigned and the parents do not have financial resources to afford a therapist, how would that situation be handled according to your bill?
Yes, thank you for that question. That was in the OLS amendment that I'm not presenting right now. And it's the answer is that a school therapist could also do that assessment. And that might end up in my second amendment, because my second amendment will be dependent on what feedback I get from the judges on. So if they still want an outside source of assessment, then I'll keep the school counselor part in there. So yes, it is, the issue is addressed. I'm just not presenting it right now because we're going to be doing a second amendment. So there's no need to give the first amendment.
Representative Seidel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. In your bill, it doesn't specify a type of therapist. There's like 18 different types
Sure.
of therapists. Is it any type or specific?
I wasn't specific about it. The goal was just to have a professional who knows the child well. Because all they're doing is they're not doing like a deep psychological assessment. They're just saying if the child is mature enough to be able to give their opinion in court, so that going to court actually provides a benefit and not any type of negative for the child. So.
Representative Ball.
Thank you, Chairman Pearson. Thank you for your testimony. If you could just clarify for me, it already says if it finds clear and convincing evidence, and it also says if there are other factors. So I'm wondering why the therapist reports or input from these other professionals wouldn't be already submitted as part of the evidence or as another factor.
What line are you looking at?
I'm looking at line 14. And let's see, it says it up on the top too. but
Right, because
line
it says
17.
if they're of sufficient maturity, but the issue is how to determine if they're of sufficient maturity. And the issue at hand was that given no data, then the judge would have to make that assessment, and they generally weren't doing that because it would bring trauma to the child to bring them in court, especially if it's determined that they're not of sufficient maturity. So they wanted to like not traumatize the child.
Follow up.
Thank you, Chairman Pearson. So I'm still a little confused because then what is when they're determining if the child is of sufficient maturity and they have to have clear and convincing evidence, what is that evidence that they're using if they're not using
Well, it would
reports from the school or input
right.
from
It
other
would
people?
generally just be the judge's assessment of the child. But if we can get an outside report, then we take that burden off of the judges to have to do that assessment.
The chair,
Does that make, did I answer your question, Representative Ball?
Thank you, Chairman Pearson. I'm still a little bit, I understand what you're saying. I get that the judge talks to the child, but he must have other evidence that's been presented in order for him to even come to an opinion, or it says, or other factors. The court shall also give due consideration to other factors. So I'm just wondering why written testimony or someone else coming in to testify or a therapist wouldn't be qualified as other factors.
Well, because like the child's age is usually a factor. Like if they're, 12 years old and greater, for example, then they're generally considered mature enough to give their opinion. But when they're in that in-between stage where they're not, a young child clearly can't give their opinion to court. But it's that in-between stage, that preteen age and a little bit younger, where their maturity might be in question. So I think you're right, it is vague, and that's kind of my point of why I wanted to clarify it.
is it your testimony that your conversations so far with people in family court is that they don't know how to do this, or
Right.
they're not doing
Right.
this, which seems, everything in law notwithstanding, they need help?
Correct. Yes.
And my follow-up is that you went to the source and said, judges, how may we help you?
Yes, exactly. And that's where we're at a standstill right now, because I'm waiting to get that feedback. So we've identified an issue that does exist, where the law is vague and needs clarity, and because the judges don't want to cause trauma to the child without any type of benefit, they generally don't bring the children in. But the child has a right to be heard.
So we're trying to figure out a third way that'll work.
We're-
And you've
right.
brought the judges in on it.
Exactly.
Yes? Okay.
Yes. And guardian ad litems are generally the method that is used, but is not accessible to some families.
And your amendment will deal with issues of bringing in a school counselor, perhaps.
Correct.
You're trying to give several options so that the judge may be more comfortable in rendering his or her opinion about
Yes.
the maturity. Is that where you're going with this?
Exactly.
Okay.
Because if it's determined that the child is mature enough to give their opinion about the situation, because it's their life, if they want to spend time with, the neighbor at dad's house because they're having a birthday party, because they have a pool in the summer, then they can give that opinion, and the child can spend certain days over with dad. It's about what the 50% looks like.
Sure.
Not because I don't think that the child should be in a position where they determine parenting time. We have enough difficulty with that as it is anyway, so we don't want to bring the child into that. It's just what the 50% looks like. Does it look like this, and then some weeks like that,
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Long had been next. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So this assessment, is this a written assessment?
In my mindset, yes. But I'm still waiting for feedback from the judges.
Okay, and follow up if I may.
Follow up.
Could I go to my first hearing and let the judge know that I hired a therapist for the maturity of my minor
Sure.
to give an assessment so that appointment's not till a couple months?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Yeah, because we know that these, divorces and whatnot with families takes a long time. So a few months is nothing in the grand scheme of things.
okay. One more follow-up. if I
One
may.
more follow up. Yeah.
With respect to the determination of parental rights, for example, I want my son to play football. His mother doesn't.
Ask the
My
child.
son's mature. He
Yeah.
wants to play football, so he could say, I want to be with my dad Monday through Friday for football practice.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be one of the determinations that the judge could make.
Yeah, if the child says that, sure.
Okay, great. Thank you.
My whole point is that it's the child's life. And so if the judge asks if it's a situation where Monday through Friday they want to be with the dad, then I would expect that the judge, knowing that there should be 50-50, ask the child, well, how do you want to spend, what do you want your time with your mom to look like? And then get the child's opinion on that. So the judge does not have to order according to the child's opinion, but I want the judge to hear the child's opinion, because the child probably has reasons, like you were saying, they're on the football team, so they want to be at dad's house or whatever. Maybe it's a few hours with dad and a few hours with mom each day. But just get the child's opinion. It's their life.
Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. My question is a little bit different, and in that, do we know if there are therapists that do this, and if it would be covered by medical insurance? Because I'm thinking that the majority of parents don't have, $250 an hour or more
Right.
to spend on a therapist to get to know their child to write a report. If this is a service that therapists provide.
I did ask one therapist and they said that they could. So, but I can't speak for all therapists, just based on what one said to me. But I would expect that they would be able to write just a one-line statement. Yeah. And like the amendment that I have not presented says that a school counselor could if the family doesn't have a therapist. So there doesn't have to be out-of-pocket costs.
Representative Gregg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question and for presenting your bill today. I'm wondering about maybe unintended consequences in this. On one hand, we're saying that we want the child to be able to have a say, but we're also saying, well, but they can't say like 50-50 or whatever, and that's what you're saying, right? So you only want them to have a partial say in their life.
Well, so I'm under the assumption, because we passed HB 185, and we have other bills that are in the works for this year that about equal parenting time. So if the underlying assumption is equal parenting time, then we're not determining parenting time. We're just determining what the 50% looks like. If it means a couple hours every day because they want to go to football practice and then they want to have sleepover with mom, then that's what they want, But the judge doesn't have to order according to the child's opinion if the judge disagrees.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
All right, so the next part I have is, so even the most mature child can, especially when parents have not gotten along and they can't come to an agreement, can turn the situation, because that's their survival, into a bidding match. As far as, okay, I'm mad at my mom today, and I'm gonna teach her this I'm gonna say I don't want to be with her on these days because I'm gonna show her, or maybe it's dad, they want to do that too. What is this not adding more complications to the court system by letting a child who, no matter how mature, does not have the developmental skills to reason through certain things, this much power, or if they're not listened to, this much disappointment? Like, is this not just a huge complicating thing?
Well, and that's part of why was originally thinking that the child should testify in chambers, but then I found out that that's an appellate issue. So we're trying to figure out how to work that out. So that's where the experts are going to come in, and they're going to weigh in on it. And I did suggest to Erin that maybe we can just put in a line saying that the child's testimony does not create an appellate issue. So because the issue was that if the parents don't have access to all the testimony, then that's cause for appealing. But if we just simply say that the child's testimony in chambers isn't due cause for appealing, then that might be our solution. So I'm waiting to hear back on that.
Has it been so far your conclusion from speaking with people in family court that judges who have been in family court for several months or longer can kind of figure out when one parent is playing off against the other, or the child is trying to manipulate that this isn't their first rodeo on
Right.
this hypothetical?
Sure, I would assume that, yes.
Okay.
I think that would be safe to assume. Yeah, I will come back to this committee with the expert opinions once I have them.
Thank you so much. Anything further? I have no pink cards, meaning no one has signed up to testify on this bill. And if you wish to testify on the other two bills we have this morning, need to fill out pink cards. But thank you very much. With
Thank you.
that, we conclude the hearing on this bill. And because there is an amendment coming, we are not execing. And we will be in stand down for about 3 or 4 minutes. Representative Perez has entered the building. Yeah. Have any trouble getting in this morning?
The back way.
open the hearing now on House Bill 1340 relative to exclusion of incarceration as voluntary unemployment for the purposes of calculating child support. And our own Representative David Bickford is the prime sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here today to introduce HB 1340, which is relative to exclusion of incarceration as voluntary unemployment for purposes of calculating child support. And I got into this because this book was put out, the review of New Hampshire child support guidelines back in December of the last day of 2022, and I started looking at it in January, and they make a number of suggestions or recommendations in it, of which I seized upon a few and decided we'll clean some of the stuff up. This is one of them. On page 158 of this book, there's a recommendation to do what we have in front of us, and that is to add to RSA 458C to Roman 4A, provided that no case shall incarceration be considered voluntary unemployment. And the reason that is because the Supreme Court came down, and it's on the second page of what I passed you out. That's the Supreme Court decision in 2014. And most of the information on it is, of course, on these decisions is on the back page or the next to last page. And it was Judge Lynn that sits right here that wrote this on the other day. So I don't want to read it, just a bunch of stuff to you here. Let me see if I can shrink this up. No, not that. I thought I was organized. On the front page is where I should start. This is about codifying New Hampshire case law that does not treat incarceration as voluntary unemployment. The New Hampshire practices to consider the actual circumstances of a parent when income imputation is authorized. This would bring New Hampshire in compliance with the 2016 added federal requirements. So that's the second reason. So there's a case law that says don't do it, and there's also the 2016 federal requirements that says don't do it. To unambiguously comply with the requirement to not treat incarceration as voluntary employment, there should be no exception in the provision based on the reason for incarceration. Now, this doesn't mean that another source of income for this person that's incarcerated can't be tapped, as I understand. But you can't say, well, you still got to pay your child support just the same as if when you weren't incarcerated. So I'll take questions. That's all I have to say right now. Oh, gee,
Okay,
that
yeah.
was fast.
Okay, I saw.
You is good from that side.
I saw first hand up was Nelson, and then I'm going down the road. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my my question. So, I trying to work through this. I'm not trying to give you a hard time when I ask you that question. I just want to preface this, but so what you are saying is that child support can be revised.
Yeah.
And so that the period of time that the person is incarcerated, there will be no arrearages.
Well, I believe this is a change that you'll drop down to the minimum amount, because what the decision is, it's not voluntary. You didn't voluntarily go to prison.
Okay.
It used to be a case called Nodden versus Nodden that the courts were relying on, and people that were incarcerated would continue to have their child support accrue. And of course, when they get out, now they go back because they were so far behind, they couldn't pay it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm getting this. The wheels are turning. Thank you. But is it an unfair burden for the parent who has custody of the children to have that burden without being able to count on arrearages during the time of incarceration? Can you help me work through that a little bit?
Well, your child support is generally, say, wage assignment,
Yeah.
and they'll take that out. And like in this case, the fellow was on a job that, and he was arrested lost his job because he was arrested, prosecuted, went to jail or prison, I'm not sure which. And so he couldn't pay. And I think there's another Supreme Court, I think the U.S. Supreme Court, I thought. But, the people behind me can probably answer that better than I can.
Okay.
You asked about fairness. I don't know if I can answer that. But
Yeah.
as far as income is concerned, they're not making income. So therefore, you can't garnish income they don't have. I think that's where it comes from.
Okay.
But like I said, when Justice Lynn is taking this room tomorrow, we can ask him because he wrote the decision.
Representative Gregg.
I guess so I understand the idea that they didn't voluntarily become incarcerated, but they did they not voluntarily choose the action that led them to be incarcerated?
I remember that back in 2004 when I was on the Child Support Commission. That was the answer.
Yeah.
I said, well, they shouldn't have done the crime then.
Well, I mean, it's there are some, sorry, follow up.
Yes.
Thank you. There are some spouses that will go to pretty big lengths to not pay child support just out of punishment or whatever. So I guess in this case, what protections are we giving to or holding for the parent that has to then pay everything for the child?
Well, actually, we're not doing anything more than just writing it into the statutes, which is the law books over there.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have it in the law books so people can see it. It's actually the law of the land now. It's the law in New Hampshire now because the New Hampshire Supreme Court already ruled on it. So that's all we're doing here is codifying.
Okay, thank you.
Decision's already made.
Could we have chapter and verse where it is codified?
Yeah, well, yeah, I did read that too. You want it again?
Yeah,
It's in the bill. It's in the
that
first.
too.
Huh?
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Right at the first
It's
sentence.
amazing what you can see just by looking.
Yeah.
Well,
But the real experts on child support are behind me.
I'm going to withdraw that, what I can see, because RSA 458C2 Roman 4 small a is amended by this bill.
Yeah.
So it is not the law of the state presently.
Well, it's case law of the state.
It's only case law.
Only, I beg your pardon.
That is, I believe, third in the hierarchy of importance. It's not unimportant, but there are more important things, which is why you're seeking to get it into statutory law.
Yes.
So it is case law. You're seeking to get it into statute
Exactly.
because of, among other reasons, the study and the fact that there was a Supreme Court decision in the state.
Yes.
And
It's
do you have reference
The
to
louder
that?
decision. And I have that in the paper I passed out to you. It's on
Okay,
the second,
thank you.
second page is the decision itself.
Okay, we will stop this brain cramp and now call on Representative Seidel. Sorry about that. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Because they would not be, if they're involuntarily incarcerated and would not have to pay child support or pay the minimum, do you find that there would be any room in your bill to amend it to make the payments that they're no longer making retroactive to the obligee?
I have not done that, of course, as you can see. I'm just trying to get it into the statute books because of the recommendation that came from the people that studied the child support system. We paid $116,000 to have this report. And every 4 years, we have another one. The last one was about 140, I believe, $1,000. And they made a recommendation, says, hey, because of the Supreme Court decision, you should, and the 2016 federal decisions, and I should call them decisions, the government, Congress, changed some laws and said, we need to do this. So it's just a matter of getting it out there so it's in the open. To digress a little bit, I did a bill here in judiciary, and it was because the New Hampshire Municipal Association was going around and telling the towns, the school district, that they couldn't accept electronic right-to-know requests and send out electronic information. And so that was really bogging things down. And so I filed a bill to make it the way we've been doing it. And lo and behold, the lady called me up and says, you know what? Judge Glynn already signed a decision on that. It's called the Green decision. And so everybody thought it was still a really good idea to get these things into the statute books instead of, because people don't, I think they call it shepherdize, and go back and see what case law has decided on these things. So if you already got a statute that talks about it, you might as well put it in there so it's in one place. That's all we're really doing here.
Representative Gibbons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is a separate bill in the House this year that I believe that wants to raise the minimum wage of imprisoned people to the state minimum wage. So I'm wondering how that would work. I have a lot of questions about that bill in general, but I'm wondering how that would work in conjunction with this bill.
Well, I would think if it got high enough, I mean, if they're, does that mean they're employed? They have sources. They still have sources. Like I say, it doesn't excuse if you have other sources of income.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't say that they're voluntary. That's all the bill and the decision does. You can't claim
Right.
that person's voluntarily unemployed, because there are people who have done that. You know, say, oh, I don't have to pay child. I'm not working. I quit. And so
Right.
So then the government came back and says, well, we know how to handle that. But it got too far out of hand. And that's, like I said, that's when this decision came along.
Sure. Yeah, I understand that. I'm just wondering how those two would work. Because if, in other words, if they're not voluntarily unemployed and then they're making money in the prison system, then shouldn't that come together? And because if they're making the state minimum wage, I'm not sure how many hours they're expected to work. And I'm not sure if they can choose their hours. There's a lot that I don't know about how it works. But if they're working 40 hours a week at state minimum wage as an imprisoned person, then I would think that they would owe child support.
My guess is they would still be expected to pay child support. If they got money, they can pay child support.
Right. That's just
That's my guess.
my only.
But again, there's people behind me that much
Sure.
better,
That's just
much more knowledge than that I have.
right. And we still need to know if that bill is even going to pass, but it's just in the works this current year, legislative year. So I would just wonder how they would work together.
Yeah, I guess I should say I don't know.
I saw a hand this way. Did I see a hand this way? There was a hand this way. Representative Ball.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you for being here. Thank you for presenting this bill. My question, and excuse me if I have to ask the question because I'm a little bit confused. For a family, will this make a difference of the eligibility for social support? If, as the difference between a parent just not paying, so he's way in arrears, versus the parent who is incarcerated and can't pay, will that allow the parent who has the custody during that time period, would they get more social services while he's incarcerated so that they can continue to live?
This bill actually doesn't do anything. That we're not changing anything by putting this bill on. The law is already set. All we're doing is moving it into the statute books. Okay,
Thank you.
it's already there.
Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Am I correct that, and please correct me if I'm not, that any arrearages incurred while the incarcerated person is incarcerated just goes away?
I don't think so. Again, save that question because Susan Brisson is here and she's an attorney for the DCYR. And she's really brilliant on this stuff.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you. Thank you.
Just save the question for her.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and of course, the chair calls Susan Brisson to answer all these questions.
Don't you what? I'll leave the mic on for.
Good morning. I'm Susan Brisson. I'm the Chief Staff Attorney for the Office of Child Support in the Department of Health and Human Services. And we are here in support of this bill, which has been wonderfully described by Representative Bickford already. As he said, we have the case of Launder, which was decided in 2014, which basically said being incarcerated cannot be held to be equivalent to being voluntarily underemployed. So we had it in the case, so we've been going under that rule since then, but our federal counterparts have asked us to put it actually in the guidelines because it's required by the Code of Federal Regulations to be in the guidelines as opposed to being just a case. So that's what this bill does. I thought I would address the math problem. And I have no idea how decisions are made of how anybody becomes employed if they're incarcerated. But if they're making $7.25 an hour, 40 hours a week, which I doubt would happen, and then multiplying it by 4.33, because that's how many weeks there are in a year, or sorry, weeks there are in a month, it comes out to $1,255.70, which is less than the self-support reserve, because the self-support reserve is $13.97, which means it would be a $50 a month order, which is what would happen for these types of cases anyway. It becomes a $50 a month order that it continues to accrue while the person is incarcerated. Then when they get out, they're supposed to report back in to let us know what's happening, and hopefully they're working, because hopefully they're coming out, they're on parole, they have to have a job, they have to have a place to live. They let us know where they're working, we recalculate their child support and move on from there.
Representative Gibbons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you are absolutely correct. It is Representative Gibbons, despite what my nameplate says. I am just wondering, maybe this is a question more for CJ, but for the Criminal Justice Committee, but is it still on applications for work that you have to disclose if you've been incarcerated? And if so, then isn't that a barrier for them getting a job once they're out of prison? And if so, then that it presents a barrier for paying child support. So shouldn't we get rid of that?
I don't know I don't think it's a requirement that it has to be on an application for employment with regards to. I think that they can ask and then you can answer or not answer. But I'm not sure how somebody's choice to get in trouble with the law then somehow makes it so that they don't have to pay child support.
Right.
A lot of this all has to do with ability to pay, which is what one of the things that our federal counterparts have been asking us to concentrate on, in that we do a 3-year review. People can ask for a 3-year review if they're not on TANF. TANF cases are reviewed every 3 years to make sure that the order is the right size for the parties based on their circumstances. So this is part of that, in that somebody who's incarcerated who has no income or minimum income, their order should be right-sized to the minimum, or it can actually be zero. We ask for a $50 a month order, the courts can order 0 and then have it be elsewhere. And as Representative Bickford said, that doesn't automatically go to $50 a month. We would have to do a analysis to make sure that there weren't other income out there that would mean that there should actually be a child support order and hopefully one that we could actually access while somebody's incarcerated.
Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So am I correct that this particular bill will only change the provision that an incarcerated individual will not be held in contempt for not paying child support while incarcerated? Is that pretty much what this bill says?
I don't think it has anything to do with contempt, but it basically says that.
It changes the.
Let me give you an example. It's probably helpful. In the olden days, before the Launder case, people who were incarcerated would file a motion for modification for the court saying, I don't have income because I'm incarcerated. And the courts were required to have a hearing on it and then would say, you're voluntarily unemployed because you voluntarily did something to make yourself incarcerated. We're not changing your child support, go back to jail. And so then it would continue to increase at whatever number it is. All this is saying is that somebody who's incarcerated can't be considered voluntarily underemployed. So it allows the order to go to that $50 a month or 0, whatever the court decides is the appropriate number while they're incarcerated. And then once they're unincarcerated, we review it again and hopefully they're working and we can put in a more gainful employment and more income for the family.
Thank you.
Am I correct, Counsel, in assuming that if an individual is now let out of prison and cannot get a job because a lot of people do not want to hire ex-cons and can demonstrate good faith effort in trying to get a job, but still has no money from a job, that's not what we're dealing with here at all? That's something else?
Correct. Literally. Correct. This is only having to deal with people who are actually incarcerated.
Thank you. Representative Vice Chairman Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So I owe $150 a week. I get incarcerated. Do you have access to my accounts, savings accounts, assets? Do you have access to that?
It's possible. It really depends factually on what's happening. We do have the ability to lien people's bank accounts, but it has to be over a certain amount. And then we have to know about it to do that. But yes, we do still have the ability to enforce while somebody's incarcerated. So if they owe a lot of money coming in, we can still enforce if somebody inherits a lot of money while they're incarcerated. We can put a lien on that to pay off.
So follow up.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the change of this language allows me incarcerated to modify, correct? So if I owe $150 a month and I have $30,000 in my savings account that you don't know about, I could modify to the $50 a month and take it from that $30,000 savings account? I mean, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is this an advantage for being incarcerated to modify when I have assets?
I suppose it's possible if you're going to lie to the court. When you file for a motion.
Well, I'm incarcerated, so.
Well, but when
chances are, yeah.
When you file a motion for modification, you have to fill out a financial affidavit under oath that asks you about that type of thing.
Okay.
I would also assume that your ex or other people in your life might know about things like that, and we might find out. And then, so it's not an automatic. You actually have to have a hearing on it.
Okay, right. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Is it what do you think? What do you think, folks? We want to go on to exec, or you want to not? Up, meanings let's exec. Okay, I close the hearing on House Bill 1340, and I open an exec session on 1340, and the chair calls on Representative Bickford for a motion.
I make a motion to, ought to pass on HB 1340.
Could I have a second, preferably from a person whose name I know? Representative Gibbons.
Yes, I would like to second that.
Okay, any discussion? Representative Gibbons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To address Representative Long, I suppose someone could maybe get incarcerated just to address their child support, but I really don't expect that someone would do that because it would follow them. There would be so many negative secondary effects to being incarcerated. I mean, just because someone can doesn't mean someone should. And I just don't think an average person would want to go that route.
Thank you,
Wanna
Mr.
start?
Chairman. I'm not saying that somebody wants to get incarcerated to lower, but if I get incarcerated, I have an advantage of lowering my modification because this is involuntary. So that's what I'm saying. If I owe 150 and I'm incarcerated, I'll take advantage of going to 50. I don't have a job, and I have $30,000 in my savings account. But
I wonder how many times we've ever heard somebody on a happy little sunny afternoon say, I know, I'm going to go break the law so I don't have to pay child support. I don't think so.
That's exactly what I was getting
That's
at,
what
was
you
that
were-
I
I
don't
wasn't thinking
think,
of that.
okay. Yeah, I was not thinking that someone would actively break the law just to get out of child support. That just doesn't seem normal.
Anyone else wish to weigh in? Representative Panic?
Thank you for taking my question, my
These
comment.
aren't- There's comments. Yeah.
Comments. I think this is a way to protect the person being incarcerated from us taking blood out of a rock. I mean, if you don't have the money, you don't have the money. And once they do get out of jail, we want to be able to get them back on track. And I think this brings them to that point. Thank you.
Representative Gibbons.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to address that point, that's why I brought up that maybe we should make sure that maybe we need to do it next legislative year, but make sure that the criminal justice system does not ask about incarceration on job applications, because if that becomes a barrier to them getting a job, then how are they going to get back on track on child support? So
This is a good question for another day, perhaps.
It is a
another
good
bill.
question for
Yeah,
another
it's
day,
come
yes.
up before. Representative Bickford, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want, from the Supreme Court decision, it does say, this does, however, preclude a court from determining that a parent has remaining sources of income such that modification is unwarranted. So that
There it
other
is.
income
Yep.
can be applied. But what we're looking at here is child support is generally set by earnings, not your assets.
Thank you.
But they can tap into them if they need it, those assets.
Anyone else? The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1340, exclusion of incarceration as voluntary unemployment for purposes of calculating child support, moved by Representative Bickford, seconded by Representative Gibbons. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Chairman Pearson,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Long,
yes.
Representative Disimone, Representative Bickford,
Yes.
Representative Nelson,
Yes.
Representative McMahon,
Yes.
Representative Ball,
Yes.
Representative Panic,
Yes.
Representative Seidel,
Yes.
Representative Grossman,
Yes.
Representative Levesque.
Yes.
Representative Petrino will be voting yes. Representative Perez.
Yes. Yes.
Representative Gregg.
Yes.
Representative Gibbons.
Yes.
Representative Raymond.
Yes.
16-0.
Any objection to consent? This is not an early bill, so it can go on to consent. Representative Bickford, if you would have the committee report to me before you leave today or sooner. Now, there we go, huh? I missed that laugh last week. Okay, good. This concludes the exec session on House Bill 1340. And what are we doing today? And now I open the hearing on House Bill 1308 relative to parent access to children's library records, and Representative Coratiello. Did I get that right? Is that a good Italian, Coratiello? There she's also.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. I'm not used to being on this side. It's new for me.
Scary.
My name, no, reminds me when I was a teacher. So.
Okay.
My name is Arlene Cortiello. I represent Atkinson. The purpose of HB 1308 is to allow parents to know what library books their children have checked out at both public and school libraries, any publicly funded libraries. Currently, library circulation records are considered confidential for all users. So that includes minors. As a public library employee myself, I can attest to the fact that being unable to tell parents what books their kids have checked out leads to some very awkward situations. That is why I initially thought this bill would be a good idea. A lot of these situations involve overdue books. I'm not going to get into a lot of anecdotal situations, but just a few to give you an idea of what I have to go through each day at the front desk of the library. I often have to tell parents that their children owe fines because it's usually the parents who end up paying them. But by law, I cannot tell them what the fines are for, even though, as I just said, they usually end up paying them. Then there was the time I had a patron who was looking all over her house for a library book that her child had misplaced. But I couldn't tell her what the title was, so she didn't even know what book she was looking for. There was a kid who was listening to a long series of audiobooks, and he lost track of which ones he had already listened to. His mom just wanted to help. She wanted to know which ones he had previously checked out, but I couldn't even tell her that. The parents, for the most part, react with disbelief in these situations. And as I said, I could go on and on with examples, but this is not the only reason I'm putting the bill forward. It was the initial impetus for the idea. As we all know, we live in a time when there is an increasing amount of concern over controversial materials kept in libraries. A couple of weeks ago, the House Education Committee, which I serve on right over there across the hall, heard testimony on HB 1419, a bill regarding the prohibition of obscene materials in school libraries. One of the opponents of this bill, in defending the continued inclusion of such material, asserted, I quote, "It's up to us as parents to know what our kids are reading." And although I disagreed with him on the bill he opposed, since I support it, that's a different bill, not the issue today, I completely agreed with this particular statement he made. In a similar way, last September, Dr. Nancy Pack, the director of Alabama's public library system, defended the library's collection development policies in a letter to Governor Kay Ivey. And this is what she wrote. Alabama's public libraries will always value parental involvement in overseeing the material their children borrow. She later wrote that the responsibility for determining the suitability of library materials for children lies primarily with parents or guardians. Although we might not see eye to eye on other issues, I share Dr. Pack's support, again, of the parents' role in guiding their children's reading selections. To fulfill this role more effectively, parents need to know what books their children have checked out. And this is especially important in school libraries where parents are not usually present with their children, as they often are in public libraries. The New Hampshire Library Trustees Association manual highlights, I quote, the responsibility and the rights of all parents and guardians to guide their own children's use of the library and its resources and services. My own public library in Atkinson asserts, as many libraries do in their policies, that, I quote again, it is the responsibility of parents and guardians to monitor and approve the selection of materials made by children. With such universal affirmation of the need for parental involvement on both sides, with all these controversial issues involving books right now, all I could find was universal affirmation. Every organization saying that parents need to know, they need to be involved with their children's reading activities. So HB 1308 should not be controversial at all. In order for parents to be fully involved in upholding their responsibility to monitor their children's use of library materials, which everything I could find said this is a good thing, they must have access to their kids' library records. So the elephant in the room. I know the primary objection to this bill will be that some children, especially older children, may not want their parents to know what books they are reading. And I certainly appreciate the need for privacy. But I don't think that privacy rights should extend to a person's use of materials that have been paid for by someone else. And that's exactly what's going on here. It's the parents who pay the taxes that pay for the books. Okay, the minors, they pay, through their property taxes. The children don't financially support the library. And there are alternatives. If the child really doesn't want the parent to know that they're reading something the parent, might have some issues with, well, this is normally older children. Older children can get a job, a paper route. They can earn money. They can go to the bookstore. They can buy it on Amazon. And if they can't do that, they can go to the library and read whatever they want with nobody knowing. They just can't check it out. And like I said before, the parents are the ones who ultimately, even though there's no statute saying that they are responsible financially, this is what ends up happening. They end up paying the overdue fines. And in the end, they're the ones paying for the books with their property taxes. So I'll leave the rest for questions. I have a lot of information here, but I want to address, but I just want to end by saying that I ask you to help add New Hampshire to a growing number of states. We would not be the first state to do this, that are supporting such common sense legislation. Please pass HB 1308, not only to help facilitate library operations, but also to support parental involvement in children's reading pursuits. And I just also want to make one note that a big supporter of this bill and a co-sponsor was Representative Mike Drago from Raymond, New Hampshire. And he couldn't be here today because of his business. He's a landscaper. He had to go salt the weather and all. So I just wanted to let you know that he sent his testimony via email. I'm not going to read it. I thought at first that I've already taken enough of your time. So please pay particular attention to that testimony, because he's the father of 5 children and he uses the library a lot. And so I will be happy to take your questions and hopefully be able to answer them.
Representative Petrino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. My concern is the library gathering a database of all of these parents in advance. And I'm particularly concerned with identifying parents who have custodial rights. Some, as in schools, for example, one parent has access to information, other parents don't. Will libraries be able to have all of that information? Will this incur extra costs and a burden on libraries to do these types of things?
I can't think of any cost it would infer because I'm going from my own experience working in libraries. I mean, in a way, it would make my job easier. So there would be that I can think of no other negative financial burden.
Follow up.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to just restate my question. I'm concerned about custodial rights that parents have. For example, when there's a divorce, one parent may have access, say, to school records. Dad comes into the school and wants to know what's going on with their kid, and the school is not obligated because that particular parent doesn't have the right. And so my concern is the custodial rights that individual parents have. One parent may have legal rights to access information where others don't. And that really is the heart of my question. How do we, how does someone come into a library and say, I'm the father of so-and-so, and I want to know what my kid is looking at?
Okay, just to clarify, so if a parent doesn't have custodial rights, is there some concern that if that parent did obtain the information, there might be a negative consequence to the child?
No, I believe there's some liability issues on the part of the library. If the library discerns information that they're not allowed to give because that particular parent doesn't have the right to have that information. So here you have a librarian who is trying to decide, am I legally obligated to give this particular parent information? Maybe I can give it to mom, but not to dad. And how would the librarian know that? It would put the library, I think, in a situation where there'd be some liability.
So I'm not a lawyer. Most of us reps aren't. You bring up some good points. By bringing up this sort of situation, though, for me, I thought one of the objections to this was something that does come up often in things that may be considered parental rights bills, where a parent may, let's say the non-custodial parent may not be happy with what that parent sees the child is reading and maybe even abuses them physically. And I don't know if this goes to your question. Like I said, I'm not a lawyer, so some of these points you bring up about custodial, it's a little beyond me. But the intent of the bill is all good and not, certainly not to put children in harm's way. But, one of the things, just as an analogy, children get report cards. Maybe they get a bunch of D's and an F. You still send the report card home. With the argument of child safety, it could be that, well, maybe we shouldn't send the report cards home because if they have a bad report card, the parent might beat the kid up.
I want to follow right up on what Representative Petrino said. Don't librarians or library personnel have to know those cases when a child of tender age is going to be picked up at the library? And some people do not have the right to pick up a child at the library or at the elementary school. But so in a situation, a family disruption situation, wouldn't the library have to know that right now this parent is not allowed to pick up Billy or Susie? So it seems to me you're already doing some of those things.
I speak from my experience. That's why I brought this forward. And you're talking about issues that, in maybe different larger libraries. I know all these, I know most of the parents who come in. And I see your concerns. And I honestly, don't know how thoroughly I can speak to your questions. So I can look into it more. If this is a big concern, if there's some need for an amendment.
My point was, isn't it more work to find out which parent can get the list of the kids' books checked out? Isn't it already a concern in many, and I take your point, larger libraries where picking up a kid at the library may involve the library staff in making sure they don't allow the kid to go off with the wrong
Well,
parent?
one of the things, though, that libraries encourage, and a lot of the policies that I saw pertain to the fact that you need to oversee your child. You don't just, this whole idea of like thinking like, oh, you just drop them off and everything I kept reading was how they're like, you should be involved and, oversee the activities. And it's not just like a drop off place so you can, go have a break, drop your kids off.
Okay, thank you. Representative Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. More than a question is, I'm a little concerned. As you know, maybe some of you know, I'm a survivor of sexual assault from one of my parents, from my dad, and this is very concerning because my dad was a well-known architect back in the days. Since he was a well-known, they allow him to pick me up from the school from different areas. Even though that he was the abuser, my mom, which she wasn't a professional person, was not allowed to have the same information as my dad, who was the abuser. So I'm very concerned. What would you tell victims and survivors like myself that, yes, you want to give that information to parents, but we need to be very careful about what information or who is getting that information. Like I say, as a survivor, I'm very concerned about this bill.
So it gets back to what I was saying before, that your concern is safety, the child's safety. That's a big concern. Now, I bring up my analogy before about report cards. Just a question, with custodial rights, are they not allowed to see the child's report card? Okay.
A question from another member. Representative Gregg, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here, Representative, and presenting your bill. I have one question. I know that you've said a few times that one thing that you keep running into is the language that the responsibility for determining the suitability of materials should be with the parents and stuff. Do you think that instead of intending for people to be reporting on the children, that maybe they're intending that parents have conversations with their children?
I certainly believe that that parents should be having reading to their children, the younger children. So I'm in agreement with that. But what I have put forward is that there are just certain logistical situations. I gave some examples. Also, it's, let's say a child or a parent comes into the library with a bunch of, has a larger family, and Representative Drago could have spoken to this. And it's sort of a chaotic environment, and you kind of can lose track. Children get their own library cards at the age of 5, so you can lose track, and it's important, I think, in order to have those conversations. I think it's important to know what the books the child has out.
Follow up, Representative Gregg.
As a librarian, are you not able to talk with the child then and say the book that you were reading or the book that you have lost is Berenstain Bears Go to Camp? Are you not able to tell the child that? You said that you were not able to tell the parent.
Right. It's the parent who primarily is taking care and facilitating on a daily basis. I'm working with families, and I don't really engage with the individual. The child sometimes is unable to, sometimes the parents come in alone. They're just returning books. The child's not with them. But to, engage in some sort of transaction with the child pertaining to circulation issues seems not realistic.
Clarification.
Representative Ball.
Thank you, Chairman. Could you please explain to me when a library card is given to a minor, do the parents have to give permission for the child to have that library card?
Many libraries do require that. Mine does does not, but usually there's a parent, the parent is with the child for the most part. A child doesn't just come in and sign up for a library card. The parent, I need to use, in fact, I need to have the parent's driver's license. So I guess in a way that is the consent that I am using the parent's driver's license to sign the child up for a library card.
Follow up.
So that's exactly my point. So if you could just to confirm my understanding, you do have to check with the parent. So the parent has to give permission for the child to get have a library card, because the parent is going to have to pay the fines. So the parent has
That's the understanding with the library. Sort of, I did look into statute on the requirement for the parent to pay fines, and that's actually not in there. But many library policies do say. I found a few very easily, and if I dug deeper, I would think there's many more libraries that specifically say that the parent is responsible for the library fines.
So they're part of the contract.
Yeah, in a sense. I mean, they have to give. I cannot give a child a library card without seeing a parent's driver's license. And also, usually, especially with the younger children who may not have a cell phone, the phone number on the account is the parent's number. This leads to some of those awkward situations where I call up and say something is terribly overdue and I can't tell them what's overdue when the parent answers. I'm not going to, and maybe to kind of go back to Representative Gregg's point, it's not like I'm going to talk to the child on the phone. You know, maybe if it's a teenager, sure, your book's overdue, you have a cell phone, but not younger. So,
Thank you.
Representative Gifford, no. Rose, I'm getting Gifford though. Gibbon, you. Yes, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for coming before us. And I didn't realize today I brought my my real librarian bag.
Are they overdue?
As my lunch bag. So one of my concerns is the liability for the librarians as well. In terms of the libraries. Libraries are our safe zones. And when we think about the kids, the more vulnerable kids, would you believe that librarians don't have access to those custodial agreements, knowing which parent? Libraries don't hold that information right now. So we would be, if this were to pass, we would have to create a mechanism to give librarians that information that's very private. So for example, I actually have guardianship of my 19-year-old son. So when I had to go to the library and present that legal information to them, they did not have that information for my 19-year-old son that I have guardianship of. So this would be a whole vault of information that would need to be brought to libraries across the state. What mechanism would that go through?
I cannot speak to
Libraries
that. I am
don't
not
have
prepared to speak to that directly, and you've brought up, a couple of you have brought up this issue, and I would certainly be willing to look into it more. And, you know, if there was some amendment that could address your concerns, I would be very open to that. So,
Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. My question is about line 6 on your bill. It says such records include, but are not limited to, library information system and archival records. And so my question is kind of a follow-up to Representative Balls. You mentioned that you require a driver's license. So what type of information is in your library system computer that a non-custodial or even a parent that has a protective order preventing them from accessing the location of the other parent, what kind of information is in the system that this bill would authorize them to now have?
well, there's just basic contact information when I sign someone up for a card, and then every piece of material that gets checked in or out, there's a record that that transaction happened.
And those I'm sorry, follow up, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Those records for a minor's library card would be the custodial parent's contact information, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question, and thank you for being a librarian. It's an important job. I really
Thank
appreciate
you for
what
saying
you
that.
do. And I just have a question. Is it access to children's library records like the children's library, or
The records of the child, just basically what the child has checked out.
Okay, thank you. And may I please have one quick follow-up? What age are we referring to here? What age of child are we referring to? Is
That's
it
covered by the bill, minors, so up to age,
18?
yeah,
Until age of 18.
until age 18.
Thank you.
Representative Panic.
Thank you for allowing me to ask a question. Our children have access to the internet, and all I hear on the news is that monitor your child's internet access and what's being put out there in front of them. And then I am hearing stories here with this bill being proposed that, oh no, we don't want the parents to have access. It seems like we've got a dichotomy going on over here, and it's like, should we be monitoring what our children are being exposed to on the internet, and then we're not supposed to be monitoring what's going on in the libraries, which is I just can't see that as being two separate things. And I think that this bill is addressing one of those issues, and it's a way for parents to protect their children on what they want exposure to, correct?
I agree with what you're saying, and for the most part, I would bring this forward because it helps with what you're saying. There's so many, you bring up the internet, and that's really hard to control because they can access it anywhere and on their phone and all. The library building is something that we can have more control over. So I really just have the best interests of the children in mind.
Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Now, in line 12, you say parent or guardian of the minor. But how would it work if that was stricken and you put in the person's sponsoring the library card? Because as you pointed out earlier, that's the person that's responsible for
And
paying the debt.
it needs to be a parent or guardian, though.
It needs to
You
be a
can't
parent.
you can't just
but
have
it-
any adult. It's a family
it-
member.
It
Yeah.
would be a parent or guardian,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So therefore, it's there. It's the person or
Yeah, Bill.
because you've already got that policy in place that has to be
Right.
a
I mean,
parent.
that is basically the line that's being added, and it does reflect some of the language of what's in there already. So I'm not sure how to answer your question.
Can I try again?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you pointed out, the child gets a library card because a parent sponsors them, right?
Right. You could use that word. Yeah,
Okay.
sponsor.
So that would be the person that should, I would think, the library should be responsible too, because a child takes books out, doesn't return them, you're going to expect that sponsor to pay the
Right.
bill. So
Right.
therefore, and you don't need other parents involved then. It's the one that gives the library card to.
So it's the one who initially, right. So I
which
think
is-
in a
happens to
way
be
what you're
parent.
saying kind of maybe answers some of the other concerns about custodial. Thank you for doing that, because it does address that then. The person who comes in, and then Representative Ball had asked questions about how do you get the library card, and it's the custodial parent coming in with the driver's license. So, okay, I hope then that clarifies some of the other questions that were asked that I feel like I didn't answer adequately, only because I'm not a lawyer. And so some of this language and all is not in my area of expertise.
Representative Nelson.
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Representative, do all, and I'm sorry, I don't know this answer to this question, but
That's why it's a question.
are all, I don't, excuse my ignorance. Do libraries across the state utilize the same system, computer system?
Oh, no,
And-
there's all different ones.
And so, what level of archival information do certain libraries have more capability to access archival information than others? Or I'm just trying to wrap my head around, are we going to set ourselves up for some libraries to have to change their computer programs to
Okay, I will
Yeah.
admit I'm not a career lifelong librarian expert. I was actually a teacher for many years, and after COVID I left that and I became just the employee of a local public library, assistant director working at the front desk. So I'm not an expert, and I feel like I'm not. Now is the state librarian. Hello, I've met you before. Maybe the state librarian could. I didn't know if he was going to speak, but maybe he can answer some of your technical questions. Okay, so, yeah.
Representative Petrino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again, Representative, for taking my question. You did mention something in your testimony, and I didn't quite pick up on it, so I just wanted a clarification. What is the situation when anyone enters a library and walks down and starts perusing the shelves to take a book off the shelf, open it up and start reading something that maybe, in this instance, the child should not be looking at? I mean, how do we police that, control that? I mean, a child can walk into a library and just take a book off
So
the
what you're
shelf
saying is
and
that
look
there's
at it.
inappropriate material in libraries.
No, what I'm saying, no, what I'm saying is what your concern is that there's inappropriate materials in the library that children should not have access to, is what I'm hearing. So my concern is, if that's the case, how do we prevent children from accessing what you refer to as inappropriate material by simply just walking in after school, walking down the shelves, taking a book down, and standing in the aisle for about 10 minutes, just kind of flipping through the pages, not even taking the book out? How do we prevent that? And because you did make reference to that, I think, in your testimony, and I didn't quite pick up on what you said.
I think what I was saying was that if older children didn't want their parents to know what books they're reading, they can go into the library and just not check them out. The minute they check the book out, my contention is that the sponsoring parent, who has, the library, the driver's license, they're the property owner. They're paying the taxes that buy the books. So they should be able to know what books the child takes out. So if the child doesn't take a book out and remains in the library, they have privacy. But what concerns me more is your question, because you use this term inappropriate. And I think that is a term that needs to be defined by the parent. Maybe that, we have so much controversy now about inappropriate materials. And I think both sides can agree. I read all that stuff about how both sides were saying parents need to be involved. Parents need to be involved. So the parents are the ones that should then be defining for their child what they think is appropriate.
Do you want to follow up? Follow
Thank
up.
you.
Yeah.
Just for clarification, inappropriate material, I believe, is what you had testified to. So I was basically using your concern, not my concern.
Okay.
But
Well, I guess
again,
there's a misunderstanding
some people think things are inappropriate. And
for
other
the
people-
purposes
other
of this
people don't.
bill that we're discussing right here, I think it should be that the whole point is that the parents need to be involved because they need to be, guiding their children in what they think is appropriate.
Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony, and given the, I'm sorry, Representative Seidel, you are backlit, and I didn't see you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. In going along with Representative Bickford's comment on line 12, would you be at all interested in being able to amend that line to make it so that it's just the
Right, to-
parent that gives
And
their
in so
information.
doing, to address the concerns that to me seem to be the main stumbling block a little bit for some of you. If there was some sort of way to clarify that, sure, that sounds like a great idea.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you all. The Education Committee is probably wondering where the heck I am because
Would you
we're in
like me to
exec
sign a
session.
note
I was like,
for
I just
your
had to step
chair?
out for a minute.
All
40
right,
minutes
we
ago.
are going to now move into the 4-minute drill, and that is not uncommon in most committees, and it is enforced. Make your point in 4 minutes, no longer, or you'll lose your mic. And then that will give an opportunity for a few questions, and that should actually push us past 12 noon. Chair next recognizes, I think this is it Renee Mallett? Come on up. And your first test at sitting at the witness table is, no, that's the second one. Yeah. Well done.
It's red.
I don't feel self-righteous about that because I went to testify in another committee and I forgot to turn it on too.
This is the first time I've had to come up and testify, so
Welcome.
I'm a newbie.
Okay.
My name is Renee Mallett. I live in Windham, New Hampshire. I am a former library trustee, currently on the board of directors for the New Hampshire Library Trustee Association, and I am also the parent of 5 children, which apparently one of the co-sponsors is. A lot of you asked questions that were kind of at the heart of what I wanted to testify to. Sorry, I take a lot of notes. Going back to sort of the beginning when when the representative was reading sort of these things about how parents should be involved with their kids. And a lot of that language actually comes from what in library world we call the unintended children policy. I can't speak for her library, but most of the libraries in the state do not allow unattended children in the library. So it's not just a matter of the parent has to be there to sign the child up for a library card. The parents are expected to be with the children and be involved with the children while they're at the library. It is not a place where you're supposed to drop your kid off and come in later and say, hey, what were they doing? What were they reading? These policies can vary in libraries across the state. I live in Windham, and our policy is pretty typical, I think, for most libraries. Windham actually does not allow children under 11 in the library at all without a parent. And again, that parent is expected to be involved with the child. They're not supposed to, go look at their own books and the kid wanders around and is doing anything. As we've said, parents have to sign their children up for a library card. In Windham, between the ages of 11 and 14, kids are still only expected to only spend about an hour alone in the library. So at that point, we're starting to talk about kids. Windham, like many New Hampshire towns, is not walkable. I'm an adult. I couldn't walk to our library, sadly. I wish we had sidewalks and could. I would love it. So in order for a kid to even get to the library, a parent or someone has to be bringing them there, or they have to be old enough to have a driver's license and a car and go themselves. And for me, especially as a parent with 5 kids, this comes down, it is not a parental right issue, it's a parental responsibility issue. We should know our kids. If we don't trust our kids to follow our family values or expectations, why would we give them a car and a driver's license and let them go wherever they want? And, and I think it is important to say, being from a big family, I know one of the representatives' arguments was, it's harder if you have a big family to keep track of what everybody is reading and doing. And I don't know, talking about what we're reading and the media we're accessing for us is a family thing. We sit at the dinner table and we talk about what we're reading and, what we've done with our day. So I certainly for myself do not find having a number of kids a detriment. I did just want to say I appreciated the comment that maybe this could be amended in a way to make it safer for children, but I did want to say that just because somebody is a parent and signs their kid up for a library card does not mean that later on there couldn't be a family disruption situation custody can change, parent rights can change. You're putting a big onus on the taxpayers and on library employees to keep track of legal matters, and frankly, I think it's a burden for residents in New Hampshire. If you're going through a family disruption situation, if you're getting a divorce, if you're, have domestic violence, the last thing you want to think about is, oh, and now I've got to go update my kid's library card. I just think that ultimately, I think this does cost. It costs our libraries and towns for legal liabilities. Libraries will have to update their systems to keep track of records and custody. And
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I do have a question for you, if you'll take one. You said, I think I heard you say, no unintended children allowed in the library. Is that up to age 11 or is that beyond?
Like I said, it can vary by
Okay.
library.
right.
In the town I live in, it's under 11. Parents have to be there.
So on the surface, that could mean, therefore, the parents are already there, watching what books the kids want to take out. But it doesn't demand that you ID people to make sure the person, the adult tending to the child, is in fact a parent. It could be a teacher, it could be a coach, it could be an advocate. And so that child could walk out of the library with various things, and the parent doesn't know it, even though the child is tender-aged.
I know from my familiarity with our unattended children policy is that it does say specifically that a parent or guardian is expected to be with the child. No, it's not policed, again, because our librarians have no mechanism in place in order to track that sort of information. But ours says actually quite specifically, I think it might even be bolded, the library is not acting in the place of the parent. A parent or guardian is expected to be with the children.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Hey, for a rookie, you did good. And look at that, she turned it off when she was done. Wow. The chair next recognizes Karen Isleb? Isleb? Isleb, all right. But you found the button.
Yeah, push the button. My name is Karen Islip. I am the head of youth services for the Manchester City Library. And I am concerned about one word in the, more concerned about the impact of what the word services is. Now, does that mean that we have to, as librarians, when the kids come to programs, do we have to write down every little thing that they do? Because that is going to take so much time. I'm going to give you a little bit, very quick summary of how many programs we do once a month, or monthly programs at the library, our library, our two buildings. We do 3 story times a week. So that is for 4 weeks, that's 12 story times. We do 2 other monthly story times. Well, for the story times for our attendance is about 50 to 60 kids. I can't run around after 5-year-olds for all 50, 60 kids. Monthly story times, that's averages about 30 a month. 2 elementary experiments, STEM programs, that averages 30 to 40 kids a month. 1 special toddler program, that can go anywhere from 60 to 80 people. 1 Lego program, 30 to 50 kids. Weekly teen programs at both buildings, maybe 15, 20, 25. 2 monthly movies, maybe 10, 12, 15 kids. And this is after, and I'm also thinking about once they leave the program, do we have to follow them and say, oh, this child played with a toy, this one did this. We also have 2 winter reading programs going on, which have 6 different passive programs that they can do. We have scavenger hunts for the kids. We have crafts that they can do. Then also, does the services include all our outreach? For us, we do 12 to 14 different outreach programs that include story times, STEM programs, escape rooms with different groups. We also have a bookmobile. How am I supposed to keep track of 800 kids that come to a bookmobile event? That's where my concern is. I also do a mall story time too. It's unreasonable. If we have to do that, we would need to increase our staff, maybe triple our staff, which means there's an added cost. And at a time where some libraries are looking at a budget cut, that's not feasible. Also, there is no one. Someone asked about, is there a one system for all the libraries? No, there's not. Some libraries may not even be automated yet to handle doing this stuff. We're not capable of doing it. So,
You got 45 seconds.
also, our unattended policy does require it has to be a parent or a guardian, and we are 8 and under. Parents have to be with the child in the library. They cannot be left alone.
Will you take questions?
Sure, I'll take questions.
Questions. Representative Ball.
Thank you, Chairman Pearson. So you mentioned that you have many programs at your school. In my particular town in Salem, our library is right next to the, pretty much next to the middle school.
Yes.
So my question is, if a child signs up for an event, or the parent signs them up for an event, I would imagine that they get signed in.
Yep.
In some way. And then maybe the parent later on wants to check and make sure, did my child actually show up for this event? Or are they, in other words, if parents are trying to monitor them because the child walks there, how do they know they really went?
The previous person said, our library, unfortunately, everybody pretty much has to be dropped off by a parent. So the parents know that if they sign a child up for an event, the only way they're getting there is for them to be dropped off. The younger kids, the guardians' parents have to stay with them. No.
Follow up.
But I'm referring to middle school. So we're talking about children that are over your age.
Yeah,
So these
well,
would be
our
11
middle
to
school
14.
programs, 90% of these kids are dropped off by their parents. Our middle schools are nowhere near our library. So the parents literally have to go pick up the kids, bring them to the library for the program that they have signed up for. And then they have to come back and pick them up.
Representative Raymond.
Thank you. What is the library's responsibility for supervising kids who show up at the library? So I have teenagers now, and I can't think of a time that I have dropped them off at a public place like a library or a museum or even a store and let them just wander for hours. But what is the library's responsibility as opposed to other places like a museum or a store to supervise kids who are left there?
So when I say the parents drop the kids off, some of them will come stop and drop, get out of their car, walk the kids into the program, check in, and then they're there. Sometimes oh my goodness, I'm trying to figure out how to say. Some parents will stay, and they'll stay upstairs and wait for the children. Some children say, Mom and Dad, I don't need you to stay. They'll go quickly run to do grocery shopping. They'll come right back. So.
Follow up. Thank you. So in those circumstances where a parent has dropped a kid off and left the building, what's the responsibility under the job descriptions or the rules for the library to take responsibility for supervising those children? Like, is that a paid babysitting service? Like what?
No. So what I'm saying is these are mostly for the programs. Now, if they're coming in for books, the parents are there. But I mean, we have some parents will just quickly go do an errand or go pick up another child and come back.
So last clarifying.
And then we have a staff member in that program.
So last clarifying question.
Yes.
So it's the parent's responsibility to determine the maturity of their child to be unsupervised in your public space.
I mean, that's...
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
I have a question for you. Stipulating your comment about line 7 that the word services
Yes.
could open all kinds of things, I will stipulate to that. What if it was just reduced to checking out library books? Would you have an objection to the parents knowing what books a minor child who was brought and picked up at the library by somebody other than the child's parents was taking out?
No, I mean, that would make our life a little bit easier.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. And the chair recognizes Amber Coughlin from Lebanon Libraries, and 4 minutes. You
Good
passed
morning.
the first test.
Thank you.
Welcome.
My name's Amber Coughlin. I'm the children's librarian at Lebanon Libraries in Lebanon, New Hampshire, and I'm opposed to this bill. As you know, New Hampshire has pretty great laws protecting the confidentiality of library users' records. And as such, libraries tend to collect just the information about our patrons that we need to conduct business every day and nothing more. Many of the activities, in fact, I would say the bulk of the activities that people engage in the library do not generate records. At my library on any given day, you know, in addition to checking out books and materials, we could be hosting a music program for toddlers or a blues guitar workshop that's intergenerational. We might offer crafts that you take home with you, or you might do a craft program right in the library. We might have musical performances, we might have yoga, we might have animals there that, you know, for kids to learn about raptors or amphibians. There are all kinds of things happening inside the library and outside the library. We have community gardens. We have a wonderful green space that people come and enjoy their lunch on beautiful days. Our Wi-Fi is all around the building. So sometimes people are just checking their email in the parking lot before the library is even open. It's a public space. Lots of people just stop by just to browse for a few minutes while they're waiting for the bus. They don't even necessarily have a library card. It's a busy place. There's a lot going on, but it's a public place. Our space and our stacks are open to anyone and everyone. We don't surveil the stacks to see who has taken a given title off the shelf. We don't have the capacity to conduct these investigations into who might be a person who is legally entitled to see a child's records and who does not. And of course, I don't need to remind you that children are not always safe with their parents. And families struggling with domestic violence often depend on carefully maintaining strict standards of privacy in order to keep themselves safe from their abusers. We keep minimal records for our patrons out of respect for their individual privacy, which is so important for freedom of inquiry, freedom of thought. We consider our policies really carefully. They're not made just willy-nilly. I do hope you will consider these issues and understand why I am strongly opposed to this bill. We have tried to develop our circulation policies with maximal flexibility for parents and families. There is no barrier to a family opening up a family card that maybe has a single email address attached to it, so that, you know, if you do have 5 kids and you don't want to keep track of 5 separate library cards and you just want one list of everything your family has checked out, that is easily available. But if a person, any patron, opens up an individual library card by themselves with nobody else's contact information attached to it, we only give out that identifying information to the holder of that card.
Thank you very much. You keep minimal records. As a person who's a total scatterbrain, I really like that. That's why I have smart people on going down the rows here. But you do keep a record of who checks out one book, else you could not find them or retrieve your book. And so if this were changed to just children taking out library books and nothing else, would you still have an objection?
I would have an objection.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Representative Raymond.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. You've jogged my thought on something. And so frequently my 13-year-old, who is a scatterbrain, like our chairman describes himself, has lost her card or doesn't have her card. So we frequently take out books on whoever happens to be the person checking out with her, which would be me. Would a parent like myself have access to that record if it was checked out under my card as a parent?
Oh, you mean if your daughter checked a book out on your library card?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I mean that's your library card. So if you are generous enough to offer your library card to your daughter who doesn't have her own, then yeah, you can see what you have checked because you're checking it out on her behalf, essentially.
Follow up?
Follow up.
How frequently do library cards in your system expire? I know Nashua, it's like 5 years.
We just changed it to 2 years. Every 2 years, they expire in that we want to touch base with people and see if they still live in the same place and have the same contact information.
Okay, so every 2 years, a person has to basically renew their library card and verify the information.
Yes.
Okay, that includes children's library cards.
Yep. All the cards expire after a certain period of time or a period of disuse. The system is sort of built in such a way that they automatically expire. And then if any further activity with that library card tries to take place, it's blocked. It says, hey, your card's expired. See the librarian. And people will call us and say, hey, I still live in the same place. Can you turn my library card back on? And we do.
So listening to this, here's a hypothetical. Suppose a parent wants to know what books the child checks out. So the parent does not sponsor the child to get a card, but the parent, at some risk to loss by scatterbrained children, gives the child the parent's card, and the child checks out the books. No harm, no foul. The parent knows what books have been checked out because the kid doesn't have a card. Is that possible?
Oh, that's entirely possible.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Representative Gibbons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the benefits to, and correct me if I'm wrong, the benefits to checking out a book under the parent would be that if the book got lost, then it could get replaced. I know I've done that actually at the Manchester Library, where my son was maybe 3 at the time, and he kind of tore apart the book, and so I just bought a replacement from Amazon and just gave it a new book to the library with the same title, because it was better, because it's like I'm never going to be able to return this, so how about I just get you a new one? So, but the con basically is that eventually the child will have their own freedom of thought and would want. So I guess I'm trying to form this as a question. At what age can a child check books out on their own and open their own library card?
We have decided at our library, and of course this varies from library to library, that at 8 years of age, you can open up your own library card if you're able to provide all of the relevant information that you need to open a library card.
So how would an 8-year-old pay their fee?
We actually don't have fines in Lebanon. But if an 8-year-old child on their library card, say, had taken out a copy of Harry Potter and lost it and never returned it, it wouldn't be in my library, it wouldn't be the responsibility of the parents to pay for that. That would be on the child's library card. If the child had made the decision to open up an individual library card. And let me tell you, most of the kids, especially if they're 9 or 10 and they want their own library card, they always want to give me their mom's email address. When I tell them, hey, there's going to be emails going out before your books are due to remind you that your books are due, to remind you to bring them back. Do you have an email address, or do you want us to phone you? And they're like, oh no, why don't I give you my mom's email address?
We got to pick up the pace here. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. You know, that previous homage you gave to your library, that should be recorded and put on public access. That was brilliant. That was really good. And the chair next recognizes Chris Urchel. And again, the 4-minute timer rule.
Thank you, Chairperson, members of the committee. My name is Chris Urchel. I'm an attorney with GLBTQ Legal Advocates and Defenders, better known as GLAD. We're based in Boston, but I'm a New Hampshire licensed attorney. I'm here to testify in opposition to HB 1308. I do want to point out that there's been some discussion about the scope of the records that would be covered under this bill. In the new Section 2A, it says all library records related to materials or services. In the prior paragraph, there's a really expansive definition of what records are actually protected by the law. Paragraph 2A could be amended to say just material, just books, the names of books that have been checked out, right? It could just be books that are out for circulation, but it hasn't been narrowed in that way. Instead, it's a really expansive definition of records. And I'm concerned that it could include things like internet browsing history at a library computer, which of course is an issue that's, ripe for discussion about where individual privacy rights lie. The confidentiality statute that's, proposed to be amended here, it's a statutory right to confidentiality, but it's rooted in constitutional protections, First Amendment protections to the right to receive information, right? And it's an essential right that's been embedded in the Constitution forever, of course, or as long as the Constitution has been around, same with the state constitution. And that confidentiality is so crucial. And I want to note that the American Library Association, which is, a major library association, they interpret the right to confidentiality for children, for minors, to be coextensive with that of adults, meaning they don't see a difference between the right to confidentiality for children and the right to confidentiality for adults. And I believe the prime sponsor was saying that every organization agrees with her that privacy should be limited when it comes to children. The American Library Association does not agree. In the school context, there are certain laws and obligations that require disclosure of information by schools to parents, even when it's not requested, and that includes information about truancy and attendance, right? Information about grades. There are requirements for disclosure of information when a student is the subject of an investigation, when the student is alleged to be the victim of sexual assault. These are all cases in which statutes have defined areas where parental notification of information is required, and to date there has been no law that requires disclosure of library information about what happens at libraries in public schools. And so I want to talk for a moment just very quickly about FERPA, which is the Student Record Disclosure Law. And
you got 1 minute.
Yes, that law requires disclosure of certain records, but it's narrowly defined as records that are kept in a central database. The Supreme Court's interpreted FERPA to that extent. So the reason that I'm here and I'm testifying in the first place is just because LGBTQ students have a really special interest in confidentiality when they're in a school library. I've heard from many LGBTQ young people about how the school library or a public library is a place of sanctuary for them, a place where they can see their lives reflected, can understand really difficult things about their identity, and can get the strength and skills that they need to go back home and have these important conversations. This bill could put libraries and public schools in the middle of these deep, intense family moments that really should be between parents and their children. And as was noted earlier in this hearing, there is absolutely no reason that parents should not have unfettered access to their children to ask them questions about what they're reading. And this bill is unnecessary to allow that free exchange of information between parents and their children. I'd be happy to take questions. Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. Next, Nancy, is it Biederman? I think do we have you? Yes, we have you. 8 years in the House.
No relation to the Plymouth restaurant, unfortunately. Sorry. Can't get you a deal on a sandwich.
Okay, 4 minutes starting now.
Thank you. As I've listened to the testimony that has been given here, I keep hearing that libraries have to be responsible for certain things. No, they don't. If there is a domestic abuse or a domestic issue in a home, it is the parent's responsibility to inform the school and the library, wherever their child is, if there is a custody situation. That is not the library's job. That is the parent's job. And parents need to step up and take responsibility for their children. I've looked into the library policies of the town I live in, and it says it's the parent's duty to monitor what the child takes out from the public library. So if it's the parent's duty to monitor, then it should be the parent's ability to also look and see what that child has taken out. I don't think that the library should be coming between a parent and a child and keeping secrets. We have seen more and more times where schools are getting between parents' rights and children's information and keeping secrets about the child. So if a parent wants access to that information, they should have access. That is their child. Nobody should be standing in between them and a parent. And that's about it. Any other questions, concerns, problems?
Any questions? Wow. Next time you come, I owe you 2 minutes and 44 seconds. Just write
Can I
that
have
down.
that over at the Education Committee? Because they were only given 2 minutes yesterday.
No.
No, it
They
doesn't
have-
transfer?
They have 107 bills.
I know,
So
I know.
thank you for your
But thank
testimony
you.
and very much. Question? Yes, question? Waving? No? Yes? Go. Okay. Thank you so much. Chair recognizes, let's see if I can get this last name right, Gilles Bissonnet. Thank you. Grew up in a mill town in Massachusetts.
Yeah, you close to the Canadian border?
Hey? I had an argument with a witness before who insisted on calling himself Cornoyer, and I called him Cornwallis, and I stuck to it.
Well,
Thank you, Monsieur
Thank-
Bissonnet.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gilles Bissonnet, I'm the legal director at the ACLU of New Hampshire. I have submitted written testimony. It's joint testimony between the ACLU and GLAD, which previously spoke, and I do promise to keep this under 4 minutes. We are in opposition to this bill, and I just want to echo some of the concerns that that GLAD conveyed about just the nature and scope of this bill. It doesn't just include the checking out of books, but it includes library records related to use of library materials or services. So it really is everything. So I just wanted to flag that particular scope in the event that that is of concern to some, because it is certainly a concern to myself. I can also say too that this is, I think, it is more, at least in my view, than a disclosure law. It also is a retention law from my vantage point, that all records need to be available, which means that I think a plausible interpretation of that is all those records need to be retained. And if that is true, then this is would require a massive use of resources among our libraries in this state, some of which may not collect all of the information that's required to be collected under this bill, given how broad the scope is. So I just want to flag that, because we all know it's not just libraries, but law enforcement, fire are all strapped for resources. And I think this would cause our libraries to be further strapped for resources, because I think this is a retention bill in addition to a disclosure bill. I do think the privacy concerns here are very real. And I do think that this is different than report cards and that types of things. Like when we're talking about books that we read, right? In many circumstances, we're talking about, we're revealing a part of ourselves, right? And sometimes we don't want that part to be shared with the world. And what we read can really be an indicia of intimate details of our life, whether we're trying to read a book to grapple with an abuse that we suffered, whether we're trying to read a book, because we're 17 and, we're trying to figure ourselves out. Those are very intimate things. And I think we all know that. We were all kids once, right? And I think there can be very real consequences to having that information disclosed and outed when that child is not necessarily ready. Could be safety concerns, could be other concerns, but there I do think is some degree of privacy here that is necessary, and that is what our statute currently recognizes, and I would submit that it should remain in place. I do think there are more narrowly tailored ways to address some of this, and I heard it earlier today, which is get a family library card if you're a parent. That is one way for parents to kind of monitor, but this is far broader than that. And with that, I'll close my testimony. Thank you.
One thing, Monsieur Avocat. That's Mr. Advocate.
Yes, sir. I don't speak a lick of French, but I got that. So.
I'll speak in English for you, Monsieur
you.
Bissonnette. There was a situation recently that caught my peripheral vision where a kid really was, I mean, it was horrid what he did. And people said, well, didn't the parents monitor? And they really didn't. So he was downloading stuff and maybe checking out stuff and all kinds of horrid stuff, and gave him enough to know what to do for mass casualties.
Yeah.
So understood, but your concern about a child who's not ready to talk to parents, it goes across the ideological spectrum, and it concerns me in both directions. But you know, when the question is, well, who was monitoring what this child was inputting, that speaks to this a bit.
Sure. I think the concern I have, though, is I think this bill goes far broader than that. And there are more narrowly tailored ways to address those concerns than to just completely eliminate privacy altogether, which is what I think this bill does. So, for example, there's filtering software available, right, within school libraries. I'm sure people behind me who are more equipped with libraries can talk about that. And I want to get back to what I think is a more narrowly tailored approach as well. If you're a parent, you know, you want the ability to monitor your child's history with respect to checking books out, you have a family library card. But this, I think, goes far beyond that, which is the concern that we have at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Gibbons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just briefly scanning the handout that you gave out, I'm under the impression, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that case law supports the current statute as it stands about confidentiality.
I think that is our position. What I would like to just flag again is the notion of intimate details of one's life, which is the last section of our testimony.
Right.
Because that's what we're really dealing with here, and which makes this so unique.
In other words, if we passed this bill, then it would be in opposition of current case law.
I think because of the case law, there could be legal concerns raised. Yes, for all of the right to privacy reasons they articulate.
Sure. Thank you.
Representative Panic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to ask this question, and thank you for allowing me to.
Thank you, Representative.
Okay. This might seem a little shocking what I'm going to say, but in the libraries, it's our duty as a parent to oversee what our minor children are being exposed to. And I think the concern that parents are having and why this bill is being introduced is that they're afraid that their children are being exposed to grooming minors and normalizing sexual behavior. And for now, it's culturally considered adults only. So there's supposed to be a certain maturity level to be able to access that information. And I think what this bill is trying to do is protect the innocent children until they're mature enough to make that decision without stripping away the parents' rights. Am I correct?
Well, I do have some comments to it. I think, you know, again, we're trying to balance two competing principles here, right? Which is parental rights, but all of the notion too that I think that minors, especially teenagers, have some privacy rights, right, with respect to the intimate details of their life, including situations where the government may be collecting that information. So I recognize the tension, right? That's why we're all kind of here wrestling with these questions. I think the concern that I have is I think there are more narrowly tailored ways to address it rather than wholesale stripping privacy, including the family library card, which puts that in the hands of parents, right? But I do think as well, with respect to obscene materials, we have a harmful to minors statute, right? I would encourage folks to look at it. It's RSA 571B that creates a process in place with respect to constitutionally unprotected material going in the hands of minors. So I understand the concerns. I just think we have other laws in place to protect against it. And my concern here is that this bill is just too broad with respect to what it's intended to accomplish.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
this
Chairman.
concludes the hearing. There being no more pink cards on House Bill 1308. We will come back at about 1:15. So bon appetit.
Mr. Chairman? Are we meeting here?
Here, 1:15. There's an overflow room for those who want to overflow. I call to order a hearing on CACR 25. And just for those who are here, here's how we're going to do it this afternoon. I will open the hearing on CACR 25. I just did, and ask the prime sponsor, Representative Holt, to speak to it. And then about after he has spoken to it and we have asked him any questions, I will put that into recess. I will then open CACR 17 and ask the prime sponsor, Representative Cordelli, to speak to that. Then from that point on, the hearings will be conducted simultaneously because of the similarity of the subject matter. If you wish to testify, fill out a pink card. You may testify once today, not twice, even though there are two bills. You will, if you wish, testify in favor or against one of the bills, or against the against the other bill, or you may speak broadly to the subject, pro and con. The clerks will be keeping track of the pink cards so that no one will be called on twice. And with that, thank you. CACR Representative 25, Representative Holt, would you speak please to your bill?
Sure. Good afternoon, members of Children and Family Law. Representative Holt, speaking in favor of CACR 25. I have just passed out an amendment. I will explain that during my testimony. I believe there is also a copy of a memorandum that someone has requested, probably the chairman, relative to amendments of this style over the last 2 decades. Thank you, Chairman.
Wow. I mean, I'm only as good as my research staff, who is very good. Thank you, research staff.
So I believe there's actually several others that we can add to the list that is mentioned in that memorandum. Let me pull up my notes. 2018 CACR 14, 2017 CACR 2, 2016 CACR 16, 2024 and 2010 CACR 29, 2012 CACR 31, 2013 CACR 3. The list goes on. I'm not saying that that we have failed. A number of times we have put this amendment forward because we believe as a society that the predominant role of parents is to take care of their children. That should be the first thing that we look to, not the state, not some other organization. I'm on probably 3 or 4 of those amendments that I mentioned just now. The bottom line is, who is the first person to take care of a minor child? The bill as introduced puts in a conditional phrase, and we had discussions amongst a number of outside groups, and there were concerns that the conditional phrase could create unintended consequences. At their request, I updated the draft to be something that has been filed multiple times before and has received positive recommendations from outside organizations and has gone to the floor, which is verbatim to CACR 9 of 2011, and it occurs a couple other times. I think it was also verbatim in 2013. Parents have the natural right to control the health, education, and welfare of their children. It's a simple amendment. Do we believe that parents should be the first responders in raising children, or should we look elsewhere? A number of times the state has gotten involved with families, and there's been serious unintended consequences of that involvement. This would remedy that. This would give the parents who have had their lives intruded into a chance to say, look, you're violating my constitutional rights. There's a reason this bill, in some form, has come up basically every year since at least 2008. We may have missed 1 or 2 legislative cycles, but in one form or another, in either the House or the Senate, it has come up. It is that important to the families in this state. So I would ask that you take the amendment that I have handed out today and offer that during your exec session on this bill, I do recommend that only either CACR 17 or CACR 25 go forward. I'm not wedded to either one in terms of who sponsored it. I do think this language is right in this amendment that I have before you is actually a cleaner constitutional amendment to lay a foundation for the role of parents within our society than the ones that are in either 17 or the CACR 25 as I filed it.
Representative, I think I know why you would rather have one or the other, but not both. But could you articulate that for those of us who aren't sure?
Sure. So it would be weird to have both on the ballot if it made it that far in the process. I don't think that would do justice. The citizens might accept both of them, and they might be somewhat there might be slight conflicts in nature. I think the better process, and I don't care who sponsors it. At the end of the day, I would like to see the language change. So if one gets retained in committee or interim studied and the other one goes forward, that's fine with me. I'm not married to the sponsorship. I'm married to my wife. But I would like to see the language of the amendment go forward because I believe this amendment has been vetted the most times in terms of actually coming before the House. I can provide to your researcher the list of other times that this exact language has come up. I believe this is either the 5th or the 6th version of this. So there's a lot of history relative to any unintended consequences have been vetted in the committees. It's been on the floor. But passing the necessary 3/5 on the floor in a divided House is sometimes difficult. With that, I'll close my testimony unless there's any questions.
Representative Gibbons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What kind of unintended consequences might you expect from this bill
So the
as
question,
it's worded?
oh, well, bill as it's worded or the amendment? I'd rather speak to the amendment than the original bill.
The amendment.
Okay, so the original bill had this if then therefore type clause, and you can create legal loopholes, and I don't want to necessarily go there. Various legal groups looked at it and said that could be problematic. This here, I don't see any major unintended consequences. If parents forfeit their rights by their actions in terms of taking care of their children or neglecting to take care of their children or abusing their children, they've done some criminal act that is then puts them in forfeiture. That's no different than our constitutional amendments relative to, let's say, the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment guarantees rights regarding firearms, but if someone's committed an act that society has deemed unacceptable, that constitutional provision doesn't apply anymore because the person has done something that we as a society have deemed unacceptable. I would say criminal acts against children clearly fall in that section. And even though there's a constitutional amendment that would allow this to go forward, someone could still prosecute a parent for abusing their child.
Just a clarification, although we do have this amendment in front of us, you cannot speak to it directly because it has not been officially presented. You can speak to the broad philosophies and thoughts and so on, making an allusion to where you're going. Okay, yes, Representative Petrino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. There's been a lot of talk about parental rights these last few years, so of course, like many, I've done a little bit of research, and I was surprised to see that at least 14 United States Supreme Court rulings affirming the constitutional right of parents to direct the upbringing, the education, and the care of their child. So I'm wondering if this would add anything to existing parental rights, which again, I've seen at least 14 Supreme Court cases going all the way back to 1920, which again and again and again affirms parental rights.
Absolutely, I do think it would add something. The Supreme Court has ruled that parents do have the rights, especially when it comes to education. It's clear. maybe not quite as clear when it comes to general welfare or health, but definitely when it comes to education. Pierce, I think it was an early 1900s case in particular. I think this sets the bar that parents are the first accountable party to taking care of their children. If they're doing it right, and there's an if in there, right, then they should be allowed to continue what they're doing. If they are making choices that create harm to the children, that's a different story. But we're not talking about that. We're setting the foundation for the proper role of within a family. So I think it does add to the Supreme Court, especially when it comes to health decisions, because nowadays, is it acceptable, for instance, to choose to delay a vaccination schedule? One could think that the state's going to get involved and say, no, you have to follow the vaccination schedule exactly. Well, is there's enough doubt in some of those vaccinations that parents, especially in the autism spectrum, right, are a little bit concerned. So delaying it might actually be a good thing for the best, in terms of the best interest of the child.
Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would it be helpful if one of us introduced the amendment now, or was this the wrong time? It has to be during executive? Okay.
It'd be helpful, but we can't do it.
Good point. I guess my question to you is along the same lines. Can you mentioned vaccinations. Are there any other things you can think of that we would want to go forward with this? I think examples would be very helpful.
So there's enough doubt in the medical community today. What is the appropriate course of action relative to various treatments? That looking to parents to be the first, right? Parents and their doctors to be the first person to talk to and be responsible, as opposed to the state and the doctors, is a good thing. I could imagine, for instance, where some medical provider says that's a bad thing and kicks off a DCYF incident. I've sat before this committee at least once on a medication that was provided worldwide multiple billions of times and has less harm than ibuprofen. Yet that was enough to trigger a DCYF investigation. So I think there's real value in looking to parents to guide and own the responsibility for education, for medical choices, as well as for the overall welfare of the children. Now, when they become, hit the age of majority, that's a different thing. And we as a society have chosen that 18 is the age where that happens. But up until 18, the responsible thing to do would be to look to the parents. Does that answer your question?
Well, the follow-up.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What you said so far is in consultation with a medical doctor.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't say that here in the bill or either.
So when we're dealing with CACRs, we're not dealing necessarily with the level of exactness that you would write a statute. These are guiding principles for how we as a state want to have our society. Oftentimes, this would be in the Bill of Rights. These sections of Part First are there to restrain government to not step over certain lines. So our Constitution is structured. Part First is kind of the Bill of Rights section. This talks about the rights that the citizens have prior to the government being established. And Section 2 talks about how government manages itself. This would be in Section 1 as a Bill of Rights. And it would be the foundation for legislation in the future about, well, is it appropriate when you're talking about the welfare of a child that the parent and the doctor concur on the treatment? That's a legislation statutory level discussion.
All right, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Representative.
Welcome.
And with that, I put CACR 25 into recess, and I now open the hearing on CACR 17 and ask the prime sponsor, Representative Cordelli, to speak to it. It is similar in some ways and different in some ways, and a handout is coming around.
I'll wait for a second until the handout gets passed around. Good to go? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, honorable committee members. It's a pleasure to be before this committee, usually across the hall. For the record, my name is Glenn Cordelli. I represent Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ossipee in the beautiful Lakes region. And I bring forward another constitutional amendment related to parents' rights. It's a simple 3-sentence constitutional amendment. What I've passed around is the statutory Supreme Court references from multiple cases from which I drew language for this constitutional amendment. Starting with the first sentence about the parents having the fundamental right and responsibility for the upbringing of their children. I cite 5 or 6 different Supreme Court decisions with much the same language as I have in my proposal. One in particular I wanted to bring your attention to is number 3, Pierce versus Society of Sisters. It was an Oregon situation where they had passed a law that all children had to go to public schools. The Society of Sisters and several private schools filed suit, and it went to the Supreme Court. In that decision by the Supreme Court, the child is not a mere creature of the state. Those who nurture him and direct his destiny have the right, coupled with the high duty, to recognize and prepare him for future obligations. You'll see in the other the other language from other Supreme Court cases, very similar language to what I have proposed. The second sentence relates to government infringement. You heard some conversation about that moments ago. So specifically, I address that in this constitutional amendment, that in order for the government to infringe on parental rights, there has to be a compelling interest, and it has to be of the highest order for the government to get involved. And that is referenced in 3 different Supreme Court cases. Notable Supreme Court cases are Washington versus Glucksberg and Troxel versus Granville, as recently as 2000. The first reference you'll see is to a constitutional amendment that was proposed in the 113th Congress that did not make it all the way through the process. But I thought that the language in that proposal was very applicable to the Supreme Court decisions and what I wanted to include in my proposal. And the third sentence was developed from that constitutional amendment proposed before the 113th Congress, as well as working with a local lawyer. And it is intended to say that this constitutional amendment shall not apply to any parental action that would abuse or harm the child, to answer the questions that were previously asked. So I tried to cover a number of bases with this simple 3-sentence constitutional amendment. And I did a lot of research into constitutional cases related to parental rights, and have made them available for your review. And I would also just add that I did run this by a well-known legal firm, the Alliance for Defending Freedom, and they have worked on a number of parental rights cases. And their review said, and I quote, "The amendment language looks very strong to us." So that is my proposal, and I welcome any questions.
Representative Petrino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. And I do appreciate the fact that you had submitted some excerpts from various Supreme Court cases. So similar to what I previously asked, is there anything in this constitutional amendment proposed that would do anything more than what the United States Supreme Court has affirmed again and again and again, that parental rights, in fact, do exist? Does this add anything to what is already in case law on the
I
federal
think,
level?
I think that I tried to combine sections from multiple Supreme Court cases into one simple paragraph for our Constitution. As you can see by the dates in these issues keep coming up, even all the way up to the Supreme Court. So I wanted to try and put as much into a simple amendment here for our Constitution to avoid any future issues that might relate or cause a case from New Hampshire related to parental rights, making it back up to the Supreme Court again.
Quick follow-up.
Follow-up.
Thank you. So would it be appropriate to have the good people who are here to testify and to listen into what's transpiring, that they do, in fact, have parental rights? Would it be important to acknowledge that to the many who think that they don't have rights and that this constitutional amendment is going to give them something which they already have? I think that would be appropriate to let the public know that, yes, you do have parental rights, and all we're trying to do here is simply just reaffirm it in our state constitution. But guess what, folks? You already have parental rights.
I don't see any problem with that. And if you look at the end of the bill, there is a guide that would go on the ballot. And I think I tried to make that clear in that guide that would go on the ballot.
Do you think that bringing various things that we already have together in a 1-3-sentence concise statement would be helpful? My background to that is I've been in hearings where the proposed bill really didn't add anything, but it brought it into neat focus. Would your bill be doing that?
I would hope it would be doing that. I think it is important. I'm from the Education Committee, and we have a law book like this of RSA statutes that relate to education. And I cannot tell you how many times we miss things when we write new legislation because things are in different RSAs throughout the myriad of education law, and we have to go back and correct things that we've missed. I did that once or twice this year myself for things I had missed last year. So hopefully this will focus attention in Article 2 of our Constitution and cover 3 important points, I think, that relate to parents and their children.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two questions, if I might.
You may.
Thank you. And thank you so much for being here. So all of my questions are regarding language in the bill. So the first question I have is regarding line 3. Your bill says to direct the upbringing, education, and care. And the prior bill that we're kind of hearing together says to control. And I wanted to know, in your opinion, what is the difference legally between those two terms?
I think that possibly control might have other implications rather than directing. Control could I don't want to criticize another bill, but I think control could have ramifications in terms of if the child has concerns, they're a minor child, but 14 years old and has concerns about their upbringing and the control of the parents in their upbringing, is this bestowing rights on the child in relation to the upbringing of the parent?
Okay, thank you. And my second one is on line number 7 and 8. It says it shall not be construed to apply to parental action or decision that would end life or otherwise physically harm a child. And I personally appreciate you throwing that in there. But under our child abuse statute, being physically injured is one part of our child abuse statute, but being psychologically injured or trafficked is the other half of our child abuse statute. And so I'm curious as to whether or not that part, if this constitutional amendment were to be adopted, would it override our current prohibition on psychological abuse or trafficking of your own child?
I would not read it that way, no.
Because neither of those causes physical harm or death.
Right, but there are other things that could happen to a child that I think it would you would look to our statutes in terms of. I wouldn't see putting in a constitutional amendment anything about trafficking your own child, but certainly law enforcement agencies would look to our statutes to see that as a penalty or a criminal act. But I wouldn't see that anything like that being put into our Constitution.
Would you?
I think that. I'm sorry.
Would you agree, Representative, that the line 1, the word inserting, means you're adding something? It is not a replacement language, which could put what the representative fears into jeopardy. This is merely inserting additional language. Therefore, the existing language stands. Would you agree?
I would agree. I think all current statutes would stand in relation to parents and their children.
Thank you.
Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming.
My pleasure.
And are the bills structured so that it would need to be a crime in order for the state to step in to a family? So, in other words, someone needs to be prosecuted and convicted before they can disturb the family. You know, that's the wrong word. Intercede, maybe, like a Department of Child and Youth Services or DCYF.
I'm sorry. I think that the language based on Supreme Court decisions is intended just to indicate that the state needs to have, as is stated, a compelling interest, and it has to be of the highest order in order to step in. I heard when I came in previous testimony about vaccines or drugs and so forth. I think for the state or any subdivision, political subdivision, to get involved, it has to be of paramount interest of the government to protect the child, to intercede.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Seidel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. My question comes from Representative Petrigno, actually. Forgive me if I misunderstood. We have other bills that are coming up for us down the line that have to do with enshrining or codifying laws that we already have in place. Is that what the aim of this bill is to enshrine or codify what we already have in place in regular statute?
To a degree, we've tried to add to our RSAs about parental rights to put things all in one place without success. I think maybe a better alternative is the Constitution with a simple few sentences to explain parental rights at a high level, with the all current statutes and future statutes still being applicable to the parental child raising process.
Thank you very much, Representative. The chair calls upon Eowyn Osborne. Somebody named Osborne. Okay. Is there any, are there any, and if you would not mind staying around for a little bit, please. I have no other pink cards. And what I had suggested is unusual but not improper. And that is to ask both of you to come up to the table, the sponsors of both of the bills, and have almost like a round table. It's not quite an executive session. It's whatever we're doing, and find a name for it. Because, you know, your gracious comments, Representative, at the beginning, say to me that both of you are really trying to achieve much the same thing. There may be a few differences. Maybe some of them are linguistic. But if we can get both of you here at once talking to each other as well as to us, we may do my favorite thing in the House, which is square a circle. So with that, Representative Hall, you bat lead off.
Sure. So by no means am I an expert on our Constitution, but I do read the document fairly often, at least weekly, relative to producing a pink sheet. I want to point out words matter, and I want to bring up the New Hampshire Constitution, Article 2, to talk about that. So, which is not, I'm going to explain why I'm bringing that up, which is the first article in this section of 2A, 2B, right, is natural rights. All men have certain natural, essential, and inherent rights, among which are the enjoying and defending of life and liberty, arguing possession and protecting property, and in a word, seeking and obtaining happiness. That was what was passed when they adopted the Constitution. In 74, they added the following sentence: equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged by this state on the account of race, creed, color, sex, or national origin. Well, that sounds great. The technical issue with adding that sentence, the way it was constructed, is it does allow to have a bias because of age. Age didn't make this magic list. It would have been better if that amendment just said equality of the rights under this law shall not be denied or abridged by this state, period. But by adding a magic list of things that are contained, what they did was said, this is the magic categories where you can't abridge rights, but anything else is still in play. Mm-hmm. When we write constitutional amendments, we really want broad language and not very specifics. We're not writing statutes. It's a completely different construction method. I don't think anybody would want to say our state authorizes, right, bias based on age. That would be bad. But that's what the Constitution would allow, the way it is constructed legally. In this, I think the broader language of the proposed amendment to 25 that I can't speak about is probably the broadest one. I do like some of the sections of 17. I think this is natural rights versus fundamental. That's the section of the statute we're putting in. It could be natural fundamental. It could be both, right? There are good court reasons why you'd use fundamental relative to the Supreme Court, but New Hampshire, right, we call them natural rights. If we're going to keep within our constitutional framework, I would use the word natural. I don't think it makes a big difference. Someone pointed out the difference between direct and control. That I would look to a legal scholar to find out the actual difference of those. We have a constitutional amendment in this year to change the word cherish to the word cherish.
Yeah.
Literally, that's all one of the other constitutional amendments does is update the definition. Doesn't change the language in the Constitution at all. It's because words evolve over time. Because that word matters, I would ask that this committee put a lot of time into the word direct versus control, fundamental versus natural. That's my take. I have about 10 more minutes. I have a bill introduction in another committee at 2:00 that's running a little bit late. But
May
other
I
than
ask you, Representative, I was going to ask this in a minute, but would it be possible for you, and would it be possible for you, Representative Cordelli, to come up with one unified
Absolutely.
amendment? Would you like to try it? This is a late bill, so we have a little bit of time. Take the best of both. Stand united.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Is it worth having a quick subcommittee that we work with to craft that language, or you would like us to come together? Because one meeting of a subcommittee, there's time, right? And I don't need another day at the State House, nor does anybody else on this committee, given the amount of time that we have here volunteering. But maybe a subcommittee to finalize the language so that everybody's happy, because we can craft something, but ultimately you need the committee members themselves to also weigh in if they have concerns, and I'd love to hear their concerns.
Would you be amenable to that, Representative?
A subcommittee, including the two of us.
The two of you and 3 or 4 of us.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, who would be interested in doing that? Anybody who's related by blood or marriage to a judge? Oh. Or not? Okay, so Representative Seidel is interested, and Representative Panic. Anyone else? Anyone else?
Was Perez raising her hand? I think she had her hand.
Representative who? She's waving. Hi. Anybody down the row here?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
they're waiting for me for executive bills.
Okay, we'll keep you posted. Thank you both. Thank
Okay.
you
Yeah,
very
awesome.
much, both.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, so we've got Cordelli and Hull and Seidel and Panic and yeah, I'll fill one. Thank you. You want to be on this? No. I want to get another Democrat in there. If I can. Yeah, another Democrat. No. 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 Well, I want to be on it too, just I don't have enough to do.
Mr. Chairman, may I make an inquiry of you
An inquiry. What?
or a comment? I feel very uncomfortable going forward with the bill without some real legal consultation from somebody that's very familiar with constitutional law.
I would think the
because of-
subcommittee would bring those people in.
I know.
Well, that's why I put myself on this.
I didn't know if Chuck Douglas is that. Who's the House attorney now?
I could take care of this. Yeah, we'll get a couple of con lawyers
So
on here.
without that, I would not go forward myself.
Appreciate that, and I think we're going to have that. Last time anybody, all right. Well, I hate to imbalance it one way or the other, but I am confident that Representative Seidel and Panic and I can try to represent everybody as best we can. I mean, we've done this before here because I trust all you guys. Okay, with that in mind, this is absolutely extraordinary. I close the hearing on 17. I reopen the hearing on 25, and I close the hearing on 25. Thank you all, and we will do this. We'll visit this again in about a month to 6 weeks. Thank you.